The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. The graphier, can you report the attendance of the participants to the proceedings? The graphier, Mr. President, all parties to the proceedings are present, and the witness to be testified is also present. I have already verified the witness identification, and he has no legal or blood relationship to any people in this case. He has already taken an oath. Before we start hearing the testimony of the witness, the Chamber would like to announce the decision on the request by the Office of the Co-Prosecutors to consider the defense request to warn witnesses of their rights against self-incrimination. Upon considering the request made by the co-prosecutor, the Chamber held a meeting yesterday afternoon, and the decision is as follows. 1. The request will be classified as a public document when it is ready for filing in the case file. 2. The closed session called on 20 July was inappropriate. The subject matter did not fall within the narrow confines of the Internal Rule 28.8. 3. The trial chamber will continue to ensure that witnesses whom it considers at risk of self-incrimination receive legal advice and are warned by the chamber pursuant to Internal Rule 28.8. The defense shall no longer warn witnesses of their rights to remain silent when they come to give testimony. The chamber will provide the reasons for this decision to the parties at a later stage. Court officer, can you invite the witness Prakont into the courtroom?
The President, good morning. What is your name? Response, I'm Prakon. The President, do you have any other alias? Prakon, no I don't. The President, how old are you now? Response, I'm 58 years old. The President, according to the report of the greffiers, you have no relationship with anyone in this case, and that you already taken an oath before you are here. Is it correct? Prakon, that's correct, Your Honor. The President, we are now informing you the rights and duty as a witness to testify before the chamber. As a witness, you can reject, not to reject any response to any answers that you feel that, or you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you. So if you are afraid that your testimony will incriminate you, then you have the right not to incriminate yourself. And as a witness, you shall tell the truth, the accounts of which you have known, you witnessed, and you have heard. Do you understand this matter? Response, yes, I do. The President, have you consulted your counsel? Response, yes, I have. The President, Mr. Prakon, when did you join the revolution? Response, I don't remember the date exactly, but I remember that I joined it in late 1972. The President, what was your title then, and where did you join the revolution? Response, in late 1972, I joined the revolution in the agriculture section in Sala Totem, District 56. The President, if we talk about the current geographical location of that district, what would it be then? Response, it is Bati District, Takao Province. The President, could you briefly describe the work you were assigned to do during the time when you joined the revolution? And you said you took part in the agriculture section until the liberation day of the 1979. Response. At the agriculture office of District 56, I was sent to work in the military, and then I worked in the special unit, military unit, and I worked in Division 12 and later on Division 703. The President, what happened next until the 17th of April 1975? So you were in the army and you were taking part. You were taking part in the fight in Phnom Penh. So from which direction were your troop from? Response. Before the 17th of April, we approached Phnom Penh from the Takamau location. And after the 17th of April, until the Phnom Penh dwellers were evacuated, a few months later, I was assigned to plant rice at Prey Saw. There were hoes and plows given to us, and human beings would be used to pull the plows while farming. The President, what else did you do next and where? Response. While working at the rice field in Baku at Prey Saw, I had spent the whole season digging canal and planting rice. And later on, I and other combatants in platoon 138 was assigned to go to Lycée Sisovat, and some were assigned to the diplomatic relations section, while the other would be sent to the aviation section. And I was sent directly to S21 instead. President, do you still recollect the time when you were first set foot on S21 compound? Where was it located back then? And what was its role and function? Response. The S21 office I first came in was located at Tuol Slang location, and I was put to guard outside the compound. I was on guard somewhere near the sewage canal, and the current radio station on Street 360. The President. So you were sent to S21, and that you know that location is the Genocidal Museum of Tuol Slang, and that the first time you arrived at the location, you were put to guard outside the premises, and that you were on duty and stayed at the location, at a house, which is the Sambok Khmum radio station. Is that correct? Response: yes, that is. President, you said you were guarding outside the premises. Who were your boss or superior? Response: Hui was also at that location. I don't remember the others. The President, do you remember the family name of Hui? Response: he is him Hui. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to the witness? Judge Yasakan, you take the floor. Judge Yasakan, when you were assigned to work at S21, how many other people in your team who were assigned to work with you? Response: I don't remember quite well, but there were probably about 30 to 40 people who came along with me. Question: do you still remember any particular names or individuals? Response: many of whom died already. I don't think I remember them. I remember very few of them. Question: who was the chairman of S21 back then? Response: when I came, I only knew that there was Ho and Hui, and later on Dodge became the chairman. Question: do you know anything about the administrative affairs at S21? Respond: could you please repeat your question? Judge Yasakan, are you knowledgeable of the administrative affairs at S21? Response: I don't think I know anything about it because I was an ordinary guard at the premises. Question: how many guards were divided into how many groups? Response: I don't remember the exact numbers of the groups, but there were about 10 to 12 people.
ក្រុមរបស់លោកនោះអ្នកណា
Question. In your
គេចាត់
group,
ទៅឲ្យលោកក្រុមរបស់លោកយាមនៅកន្លែងណា
in
How
which location
no,
were
no.
your people assigned to guard, and where did you stay?
ក្រុមរបស់ខ្ញុំយាមនៅ
Response.
ត្រង់ចំណុច
We were on guard near the sewage canal.
ត្រង់លូហ្នឹងទៅចំណុចផ្លូវមកទីតុង
And we covered the area from that location of the sewage canal to the Mao Zedong Boulevard.
ពេលលោកជាអ្នកយាមខាងក្រៅនោះ
Question.
គេបានណែនាំ
When
លោក
you were on guard outside of the compound,
លោកមានភារកិច្ច
were
ធ្វើអ្វី
you
ខ្លះ
instructed to what were the assignments you were instructed to do?
ពេលខ្ញុំនៅយាមខាងក្រៅនោះគេ
Response.
ណែនាំឲ្យ
I
ការពារ
was
មិនឲ្យអ្នកចម្ងាយចូល
instructed
អ្នកផ្លែកចូលឬ
to
មានឡានមានអីចូលមកគឺមិនឲ្យចូល
guard
ហើយ
the premises and not to allow anyone to enter the compound, and that I had to report to the superior immediately when I saw any stranger
គេ
or
មានបានបង្រៀនលោក
soldiers
អំពីវិធី
coming
យាមការពារ
closer
លោកទេ
to the
ហើយនរណាជា
location.
អ្នកបង្រៀនពីវិធីនេះ
Question. So were you taught on how to guard, and who taught you?
ការនោះមិនមានជា
Response.
បង្រៀន
There was no actual session.
បានរបៀបណែនាំ
At the beginning, we were only instructed and imparted the knowledge from one to
អ្នកណាគេជា
another.
អ្នកណែនាំពីដំបូង
Question. Who gave those instructions at the beginning?
បាទការនោះមាន
Response.
ហោ
There were
ហ៊ុយអី
Ho and Hui who frequently told us about the rules and about how we could be vigilant while we were on duty. So they were the immediate supervisors.
កន្លែងយាម
Question.
និងកន្លែងលោកសម្រាប់ដែលលោកថាមានទីតាំងបច្ចុប្បន្នវិទ្យុសម្បុកឃ្មុំ
From the location where you were on guard to the place you would stay at night, how far was it from one another?
កន្លែងយាមនិងកន្លែងសម្រាប់
Response.
គិតពីចម្ងាយប្រហែលជា
It was about 30 to 100 meters apart.
ក្រុមការពារលោកខាងក្រៅរបស់លោកខាងក្រៅហ្នឹងគេពេលហូបបាយគេហូបបាយនៅកន្លែងណា
Where did you eat your meals?
ស21តែម្ដង
The communal meal. So did you eat together at S21 or were you eating somewhere else?
ពេលហូបបាយគឺឲ្យហូបបាយនៅកន្លែង
We had our meal
ផ្ទះខាងលិច
at the kitchen to the west of the current fire department. There was a house for such purposes.
ជាកន្លែងហូបបាយរួមរបស់បុគ្គលិកស21
Question. Was it the common eating house for staff member of S21 or for others? Response. It was the kitchen and the place where outside guards ate their meals.
គេឲ្យលោកយាមខាងក្រៅហ្នឹង
Question.
ពីម៉ោងប្រហែលទៅម៉ោងប្រហែលហើយចែកវេនគ្នាប្រហែលវេនក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃ
How many shifts were you on guard and how many groups involved in guarding the premises?
ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃ គឺ
Response.
12 ម៉ោង
We had to work 12 hours a day from 12 in the morning to 12 at night.
យាមទាំង10នាក់នោះម្ដងតែម្ដង
Question. Were all the 10 people on guard at the same time?
បាទមិនមែនយាម
Response.
គឺយាមចែកងារ
No,
2 វេន
there were 2 shifts.
នៅពេលយាមនោះគេមានផ្ដល់
Question.
ភ្លើងអីឲ្យលោកកាន់ទេ
While you were on guard, were weapons equipped, or were you equipped with weapons?
បាទអាវុធមានគ្រប់ដៃ
Response. We were equipped with arms.
លោកមានតួនាទីអ្នកយាមខាងក្រៅនៅពេលរថយន្តដឹកអ្នកទោសមកដល់
Question. You were guarding outside when the trucks approached or arrived. What were you supposed to do?
ពេលមានរថយន្តមាន
Response.
អីដឹកអ្នកទោសចូលមក
When truckloads of prisoners would be arriving, I would then open the gates to allow the trucks to get in because we were familiar with those trucks.
លោកបើកទ្វារឲ្យចូលតើឡានចូលទៅឈប់នៅកន្លែងណា
Question. When you opened the gate to allow the access of those trucks, where did the trucks park?
ឡានចូលទៅក្នុងករណីខ្លះ
Response. Sometimes the trucks would go straight to the prison compound, and in some occasions the trucks would be parked outside.
រថយន្តដឹកអ្នកទោសមក
Question.
នោះជា
The
រថយន្ត
trucks
របស់ស
which
21
transported the prisoners, did they belong to S21 or they belong to other units?
រថយន្តដឹកហ្នឹងច្រើនតែ
Response.
យន្តអង្គភាពស21
The trucks mostly belong to S21.
ពេលរថយន្តឈប់
Question.
តើលោកឃើញមានរថយន្តនោះ
When a
ចុះ
truck
ទេ
stopped, did you notice that the prisoners were being disembarked?
បាទពេលរថយន្តឈប់
Response.
ជួនកាលក៏មានដឹកមនុស្សមក
Sometimes
ជួនកាលក៏
people were disembarked, sometimes they were not when the truck stopped.
រថយន្តដែលដឹកមនុស្សមកតើដឹកអ្នក
Question.
ទោសឬក៏ដឹកអ្នកណាផ្សេងទៀត
Did the truck only transport the prisoners?
បាទកាលនោះ ជួន
Response.
កាលក៏មានដឹកខ្លះមកអត់ទាន់មានចាប់ចងហើយក៏
Sometimes they transported the prisoners who were already handcuffed or tied, and sometimes they were not. They were asked to go into a house where they would be arrested. Question.
ដាក់ឡាននោះមកហើយយកមក
The
ចាប់ចង
people
ចាប់ចងនៅកន្លែងណា
who were transported to the locations and later on they were arrested. Where were they arrested?
បាទចាប់ចងនៅកន្លែងផ្ទះ
Response.
ខ្ញុំស្នាក់
They were arrested at the house where I stayed.
តើដឹងថាអ្នកនោះ
Question.
គេយកមកពីទីកន្លែងណាទេដែលយកមកចាប់
Did
ច
you
ង
know where the prisoners came from?
បាទខ្ញុំអត់បានដឹងទេព្រោះខ្ញុំនៅយាម
Response. No, I did not know because I got it outside.
ពេលចាប់ចងនោះយើងមានបានចូលរួមក្នុង
Question.
ការ
During
ចាប់ចងជាមួយ
the
គេ
arrest
ទេ
or the tide of those prisoners, did you participate in making the arrest or the tide?
បាទពេលនោះខ្ញុំអត់បានចាប់ចងជាមួយគេទេខ្ញុំ
Response.
នៅយាម
No, I did not because I was
តើ
guarding
ក្រុមណាជាអ្នកចាប់
outside.
ចង
Question.
Min
So,
Mamania.
which group made the arrest and how many of them? Respond, it was Hoy's group who made the arrest. And he had people who worked with him, and those people had big bills.
គេចាប់ចងធ្វើដូចម្ដេចទៅ
Question, how did they conduct the arrest? Were they
ឬចងមុខទេ
using cuffs to cuff those prisoners and blindfolded them? Response, I did not witness it personally, but when they were walked outside, their hands were cuffed and they were blindfolded before they were asked to get onto the truck.
លោកបានបញ្ជាក់បាញ់មិញគឺថា
Question,
ចាប់ចង
you just said
ដៃ
that
ហើយ
they were
ចងមុខ
cuffed,
បញ្ចូលទៅឡានវិញ
blindfolded
ហើយយក
and
អ្នក
put
ទូទៅណា
into
វិញ
the truck
បញ្ចូល
bag.
ទៅឡានវិញ
Where were they transported next? Response, they would be sent inside the prison because the house was just outside the prison.
តើលោកមានដែលឃើញថារថយន្ត
Question, did you
That-
ever
that was too
see
small,
the truck which transported the prisoners? Did some of them were already cuffed and blindfolded when they were transported to that location? Response, yes.
តើលោកមានកត់សម្គាល់
Question,
ទេថានៅពេលលោកធ្វើជាអ្នកយាមការពារ
did
ខាងក្រៅ
you notice during
តើប្រមាណ
your
ថ្ងៃ
time
ដែល
that you
ទោះចូលមកសង
guarded
9
outside? How
ឬ
many
ក៏មួយដែលចូលមករាល់
times
ថ្ងៃតែម្ដង
before the prisoners were transported inside the prison, or they were delivered on a daily basis? Response, it was irregular. Sometimes they came constantly, sometimes there was a break.
ក្នុងមួយឡានដែលគេដឹកមក
Response,
នោះ
in
គេ
each
ដាក់ទោសឲ្យ
tract,
ប្រមាណអ្នក
how
ដែរ
many prisoners? Response, it depends on the size of the tracks. For the small vehicle, probably 10 prisoners. For the big track, could be 20 to 30 prisoners in each track.
ប្រមាណឡានម្ដង
Response, and how many tracks each time? Response, I only saw on many occasions 1 or 2 tracks only. Question,
ដែលដាក់ខ្នោះដៃហើយ
when
ចង
the prisoners who were cuffed and blindfolded and walked inside, you know what happened to them next? Response, I didn't know what happened next because I was outside. What happened to them inside, I did not know. Question, during the time that you worked as a guard outside, did you ever observe a truck carrying a prisoners out from S21? Response, yes, I did. Question, since you worked as a guard outside, how many times did you see the trucks taking the prisoners out of S21? Response, I cannot recall it exactly. However, probably the frequency of the tracks taking out the prisoners were similar to the frequency of the tracks bringing the prisoners in. Question, during your time that you work at S21, did you participate in the operation of making the arrest at various ministries in Phnom Penh or at various zones? Response. I was not allowed to go outside anywhere else. I was assigned to guard outside, and that was it. And at that time, I was also pretty young. Question. Did you know which team was responsible for making arrest of people from outside? Response. At that time, I can only recall the name Hum Hui and Bu and a few others whose names I cannot recall. Question. Did you know who ordered Hum Hui or Bu to go and arrest people from outside? Response. The order for them to operate the arrest was not in my knowledge. So, actually, who was in charge of ordering them? Response, I do not know. Questions. The arrest of the prisoners and later brought to S21. Did their families were arrested and brought along as well? Response. The arrest of the wives and the children to come along? Yes. Question. Where were the wives and the children detained at S21, or were they detained together with the husbands? Response. In practice, they were not housed in the same building. They were housed separately. The wives were detained separately from their husbands, and the children were also detained separately. Question. Were most of the prisoners arrested by the S21 staff or by their respective units? Response. For those prisoners who were arrested from outside, they were arrested by their units and they were brought in, as far as I know. Question. Regarding the arrest of the S21 staff, which group was responsible for the arrest? Response. Regarding the arrest of the S21 staff, I did not know which group was responsible for their arrest.
លោកមានដែលឃើញគេចាប់កុមារមក
Question.
ស21ទេ
Did you see children arrested and sent to S21?
បានឃើញ
Response.
កាលហ្នឹងឃើញដៃប៊ូ
I saw
មានអ្នកចាប់
Dai Bu
កុមារនៅក្នុងស21
arrested
យក
the children and at S21, and there were Vietnamese prisoners, there were husbands, wives,
7-8 ខែ
and children, and one young
ហើយ
baby
ចាប់មក
who was about 7 to 8 months old,
ចេញពីម្ដាយទៅហើយ
and Dai Bu
លើ
took
អាគារ
the baby from the wife, from the mother,
តើខ្ញុំមកយកកប់
and he dropped the baby from the upper grounds to the ground, and later on I was ordered to bury that dead baby.
តើការចាប់បុគ្គលិកស
Question.
21
Regarding the arrest of the S21 staff,
គេធ្វើដូចម្តេចដែរចំពោះបុគ្គលិកនោះ
what happened to them? How were they treated?
បាទបុគ្គលិកនៅស
Response.
21គេចាប់ពីអីខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេ
I did not know when the S21 staff were arrested, but I saw them being walked to the special interrogation office to the south, and they were blindfolded and they were covered with a blanket while they were walked into the interrogation office. I only saw them being walked up and down from the interrogation office. I know the name Chen and Nant, who were walked to be interrogated. And because they used to work with me, so I could recognize the way they walked.
តើលោកដឹងថាមូលហេតុអីបានគេយកពលយកទៅ
Question.
ក្រោក
Did you know the reason why those prisoners were covered with blanket? Response. The reason was probably not to allow other people who were the staff at S21 to recognize those detainees. This is my conclusion.
តើអ្នកណាជាអ្នកចាត់ចែងបញ្ជាឲ្យធ្វើបែបនេះ
Who made such arrangement? I mean the use of the blanket to cover them? Response. I did not know whose idea it was to make such an arrangement.
តើលោកដឹងទេការចាប់
Question.
ឈ្មោះប៉ង
Did you know the arrest of Pong, the city messenger? Who made that arrest and where was it done? Response. I didn't know that.
តើលោកដឹងទេ
Question.
ការចាប់ឈ្មោះនុនហ៊ុយ
Do you know the arrest of Nun Hui, alias Hui Srai? Who made the arrest? Response. Regarding this arrest, I did not know either, and I did not know this person.
តើលោកដឹងថាគណៈដឹកនាំស21នោះមាននរណាខ្លះ
Did you know who was in the committee of I-21? Response. In the I-21, the leaders were Dutch, Ho, and then next Paul,
ខ្ញុំដឹងតែប៉ុណ្ណឹង
Bay.
ដល់រឿងហួយស្រ័យហួយអីខ្ញុំឮ
That's all I know. And regarding Hoi Srai, I only knew later on.
ទូលោកស្គាល់នុនហ៊ុយទេ
Question. Did you know Nun Hoi?
បាទអត់ដែលឃើញមុខអត់ដែល
Response.
ស្គាល់
I never knew him. I never saw his face. I only learned of his name later on.
ឈ្មោះនុនហ៊ុយជាប្រធានអង្គភិបប្រិយសរ
Nun Hoi was the chairman of Preso, and you already said to the president that you used to work in the rice fields in Preso.
បាទខ្ញុំធ្លាប់ធ្វើការនៅ
Response.
ព្រៃសរ
I worked in a rice field in Preso, but at that time it was not under the supervision of S21. It was then under the supervision of Division 703. So it was not related to S21 or that Hoi.
ការចាប់ឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមហ្នឹង
Question.
លោកដឹងទេថាគេចាប់នៅប្រព្រឹត្តទៅនៅប្រហែលឆ្នាំណាដែរ
Did you know when the arrest of the Vietnamese prisoners of war, when it happened?
ការចាប់ឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមកាលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិនចាំ
Response. Regarding the arrest of the Vietnamese prisoners of war, I was not really sure. I think it was toward end of 76 or early 77.
តើក្រុមណាជាអ្នកដឹកជញ្ជូន
Question.
ឆ្លើយសឹកនោះមក
Did you
Sorry,
know
Louis.
which group was responsible for transporting them to S21?
ក្រុមដឹកជញ្ជូន
Response.
សឹកមកពីមកស21
The group
មានតែក្រុម
Responsible for transporting them
ក្រៅពី
was Hoi's group. Or maybe there could be other groups, but I did not know.
តើលោកដឹងថាអ្នកណាជាអ្នកបញ្ជា
Question.
ក្រុមនេះទៅនាំឆ្លើយសឹក
Did you know who ordered that group to go and transport the Vietnamese prisoners of war to S21 from Svay Rieng?
តាមខ្ញុំដឹង
Response. As far as I
មាន
know,
អីមានអ្នកចាត់ចែង
it was Ho who
រៀបចំកម្លាំងឲ្យ
made the arrangement and organized the force to go and transport them and probably assign Hui to
ខ្ញុំ
do
នៅ
it.
ពីលើហោអ្នកណាគេ
Question. And who was Ho's superior?
នៅពីលើ
Response.
ហោទៀតមានដូច
It was Dutch who was Ho superior, but I did not know for sure whether he, Dutch, made the arrangement to order Ho to do so.
ឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមដែលចាប់មកមានប្រុស
Questions.
មានស្រី
The
មានកម្មា
Vietnamese
ទេ
prisoners of war, when they were arrested, were there any females and children as well?
ឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមកាលនោះមាន
Response.
ប្រុសមានស្រីមានក្មេងមានចាស់
They
គ្រប់រូបភាព
they were mixed. They were all male, female, and children.
តើលោកមានដឹងការចាប់ជនប្រចាំប្រទេស
Did you know about the arrest of Westerners
អ្នកណាជាអ្នកចាប់ជនប្រចាំប្រទេសមក
who
21
made such arrest and brought them to S21?
បាទរឿងចាប់រឿងអីពីណាមកខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងទេ
Response. I did not know about their arrest or when it took place, but I saw one American and one Australian who were detained at S21.
តើមានការចាប់បញ្ជូនទោសពី
Question.
សមកស21ទេ
Were there any people arrested from Preso and sent to S21?
ចំពោះអ្នកទោសនៅព្រៃសរយើងមកស21ខ្ញុំអត់បានដឹង
Response. I did not know if any prisoners from Preso were transported or sent to S21.
ពេលណាគេឲ្យលោកមកនៅខាងក្នុងជាអ្នកសួរចម្លើយអ្នកទោស
When were you assigned to work inside and later on interrogated the prisoners?
ចូលមកដល់ខាងក្នុង
Response.
ខ្ញុំចាំមិនច្បាស់ដែរប៉ុន្តែគ្រាន់តែប្រធានក្រុមប្រាប់
I did not know who made the decision, but my group's chief told me that I was assigned to work inside to interrogate the prisoners, and it was Hui who was the chief of the group.
ប្រហែលក្នុងឆ្នាំណាលោកចូលមកក្នុង
Question: Did you know the year when you were assigned to work inside?
ខ្ញុំចាំមិនច្បាស់ដែរ
Response: I cannot recall it.
ហើយជាចុង76 ឬ
I think it was in late 76.
អ្នកណាជាអ្នកបង្រៀនលោក
Question:
ឲ្យចេះសួរចម្លើយអ្នកទោស
Trained you how to interrogate prisoners?
ពេលខ្ញុំសួរចម្លើយអ្នកទោសនៅពេលនោះ
Response:
គឺជាដំបូងអត់មាន
Initially, there was no proper training or exam.
សួរនាំមកទៅជាមួយគេអ្នកសួរចាស់ចាស់
I just went along with the existing
មើលគេ
interrogators to observe them, to learn from them the way they interrogated the prisoners. And after 1 or 2 months, then I was allowed to interrogate the prisoners on my own.
លោកទៅរៀនអនុវត្តនឹងជាមួយអ្នកណាគេឈ្មោះអី
Question: Whom did you learn from, and who assigned you to learn from the interrogators?
មកកាលនោះខ្ញុំ
Response:
អត់ច្បាស់ថាអ្នកចាត់ចែង
I was not really sure who assigned me to learn from them.
ជាមួយនឹង
I actually learned from Man Ya, the interrogator,
រៀនមើលគេ
whom I learned how to observe the way the prisoners were interrogated.
តើក្រោយមកមានគេបង្រៀន
Question:
លោកពី
Later
ការ
on,
សួរចម្លើយ
were you taught how to interrogate?
ដល់ពេលនៅ
Response:
ទៅក៏គេ
After quite some
មាន
times,
បើកជាវគ្គរៀនសូត្រតូចៗ
there were several small study sessions, or sometimes during the break at lunch, we were called for meeting and training at the Dutch political school, and we studied probably in a week's time or in a fortnight's time. We also studied on politics and the
អ្នកណា
techniques.
ជាអ្នកបង្រៀន
Questioned: Who taught
នៅសាលានោះ
in the training at that school?
អ្នកបង្រៀននៅសាលាកាលនោះមានដូច
Response: Dutch was the instructor in that school. Question: What about the method of interrogation and torture? Who taught you the methods?
មាន
Response: Dutch also gave instructions on the method, and Chan and Pond also provide instructions on the methods. Questioned: How often was the training held? Response: It was irregular. Sometimes it happened in a month's time, in 2 months' time, or in a fortnight's time. Depends on the situation. Questioned: Did all the staff attend the training, or only it was held for the interrogators? Response: In the study session, sometimes it was for all units, and sometimes it was held only for the interrogation unit. Question: did they provide you with proper lessons? Response: at that time we were taught the theory and we dictated from the blackboard. Also, we were taught the method of interrogation. We were also taught on the politics and the techniques of torture. Questions regarding the techniques of torture. How was it taught? And how many types of techniques? Response: regarding the techniques of torture, we were taught how to torture the prisoners and to avoid the prisoners died. Otherwise, the confessions would be broken and we will be punished. And we were trained on how to whip the prisoners with the stick, on how to electrocute, on how to use the plastic bag to suffocate them. Question: were you trained on how to use a prisoner to submerge into the water tank, or to hang from a pole, or to use an insect to bite the prisoner? Response: I did not learn these methods. Question: do you still recollect the rules to be subject to the detainees and the guards? Response: I don't think I can recollect those memories because many years have passed, but the interrogators were bound to strict rules, and they were prohibited from beating any detainee until beating detainee to their death, and that they had to be careful not to let anyone flee, and so most importantly, the detainee had to leave to be interrogated. Question: so what would be the regulations for detainees? Response: detainees would be told not to make loud noise, not to curse or exchange swearing words, or to shout or chant slogans, etc., and that they were also warned not to scream while being tortured. Question: who set out these disciplines and rules during the study session? Response: during the study session, we would be reminded time and again about this.
លោកចាំបានទេថានៅពេលរៀនសូត្រនោះ
Question: During the study sessions, do you still remember that you were also instructed to regarding the terms KGB, CIA, or Vietnamese enemies? Who introduced the terms? Response: Those terms, at the beginning, I had never known of, but during the study session, Deutsch instructed us on the CIA, KGB, and Vietnamese enemies network and string, so we were taught by Deutsch. Question: Who identified any detainee as an enemy, and who identified any detainee as a guilty person? Response: This theory was imparted to us by Deutsch, because Deutsch often said when anyone was arrested by the party and arrived at our location, they would have been perceived as enemies already. Question: Did the accused teach you on how to make questions during the interrogation sessions? Response: I don't remember. Question: What would be the first question ever asked to any detainee during interrogation session? I mean, to your best recollection. Response: In principle, we were advised and instructed to question a detainee to obtain their biography, political background, and life history of anyone arrested. Question: The purposes of obtaining confession from detainee, were you ever taught or told by the accused of such purposes? Response: While obtaining confession, we were strictly advised to obtain the information regarding the network of a detainee. Question: During the study sessions, were you taught the statute of the DK and the revolutionary flag and the other Khmer Rouge documents? Response: We were taught on these on almost every occasion regarding the revolutionary flag and the principle and policy of political line of the CPK. Question: Were there other members of staff other than those in the prison of S21 were ever attending such sessions? Response: No, there weren't.
លោកដឹងថាអ្នកណាជាប្រធានអង្គភាពសួរចម្លើយ
Do you know who was the head of the interrogator unit?
ហើយបន្ទាប់ដូចមកមាន
Response:
មកណៃហៅច័ន្ទ
Dutch was the superior and Mom Nai alias Chan was the subordinate.
In which group
you belonged in the interrogation group, and how many people were there in the group? Response: I belong to a chewing group, and I cannot recall those names. I remember Ni, Thon, Mia, Con, Ra, King. I don't think I remember other names, although I have known them. Question: Were interrogators classified according to the status of detainees? For example, important detainees, foreign detainees, female detainees, so on and so forth, while being interrogated. Response: Detainees were classified, and so were the interrogators, because I was assigned to only interrogate the normal detainees, people who belong to the normal platoon combatants. Question: Who interrogated the ordinary prisoners or detainees, and who interrogated the important detainees? Response: I have no idea who interrogated the important detainees, because interrogators who were assigned to the special prison outside of that compound were never known to all of us. Question: Who interrogated the female detainees? Response: It depends. Sometimes someone would be assigned to interrogate them, sometimes the other would be assigned instead. Question: Were there any female interrogators assigned to interrogate women? Response: Yes, there were. At the beginning, there were the wives of Heng and Ho, who were the wives of the cadres who were assigned to interrogate women detainees. And when Heng and Ho were arrested, then there were no female detainees left to interrogate female detainees. Correction: no female interrogators. Question: Have you ever interrogated women? Response: Yes, I have. Question: Who classified the interrogators group into the three classified group as being the cold, the hot, and the chewing one? So what does each group mean? Response. I'm not sure who classified the groups, but I believe only Dutch would be entitled the authority to make such decision to determine which group is which. In our chewing group, we were supposed to interrogate thoroughly if any detainee did not want to respond. Then we kept interrogating them until we obtained the confession. Question. Where would the detainees be interrogated and where were foreigners be interrogated in particular? Response. Detainees would be interrogated at the outside of the premises to the east of the compound. Regarding the foreign detainees, so far as I remembered and saw, they were interrogated right opposite that building, and no one could ever listen to the interrogation because they spoke in English and no one could speak the language to understand it. The President. Since it is time to take a morning adjournment, the Chamber will take the adjournment for 15 minutes. We will resume at 11 a.m. The court official is instructed to take the witness to his waiting room.
The President, please be seated. The Chamber is now back in session. We will continue to hear the testimony of the witness Prakon. And I would like now to give the floor to Judge Yasakon to continue his questioning. Judge Yasakon, thank you, Mr. President. Question. Did you know what types of prisoners were classified to be detained in the common room and in the individual cells? And in which buildings were the common rooms located? And what about the individual cells? Response. As I observed during my coming and going there, the individual cells where all the common rooms The common rooms were for the detention of those who were not having the senior or high-ranking officers, and they would be detained in the common rooms or on the upper floor. And for the prisoners whose confessions had to be extracted, they would be placed in the individual cells. Questioned. The common rooms, in which buildings were the common rooms located? Response. From my experience in taking the prisoners, the common rooms were in building B, C, and D on the upper floors. Questioned. What about the individual cells? Which building were they located in? Response. The individual cells were in those buildings that I just described, but they were on the ground floor and on the first floor. Questioned. In the common rooms, how the prisoners were detained? Were the prisoners shackled in the common rooms? Questioned. From what I observed, the prisoners were shackled in a long bar. There were roughly 10 prisoners in each bar. Question. In the common rooms, how many prisoners were detained? Response. From what I saw, there were less than 20 prisoners in each common room because according to the serial number in each room, the number ranged from 1 to 18. Questioned. In each bar, how many prisoners were shackled? Response. On one side, on the bar, 9 prisoners were shackled. Question. How many bars then in each common room? Response. In the common rooms, there were 2 bars in each room. Question. What were the prisoners required to do? Whether they were asked to sit or stand? Response. When I saw the prisoners were lying on the floor, they were lying in rows. Questioned. What clothes were the prisoners wearing when you saw them? Response. Some of them were wearing shorts and some of them were topless. Question. Did you mean some of the prisoners were naked? Response. Yes. Question. What did you know about the food ration to the prisoners? Response. The food which was provided to the prisoners were in a form of gruel with the banana stalk. And I didn't know much about this because I did not do it personally.
ការធ្វើអនាម័យដូចអ្នកទោស
Questions in hygiene. How did the prisoners wash themselves?
នៅក្នុងបន្ទប់
Question.
ហ្នឹងគេឲ្យងូតទឹកជួនកាល
They
2 ថ្ងៃ
washed in the common room as the guard would host them down every 2 to 3 days.
លោកមានបានសម្គាល់
Question.
ទោះមានដែលឈឺ
Did you notice if any prisoner was sick in the common room?
បាទចំពោះអ្នកជួយខ្ញុំមិនដែលបានចាប់អារម្មណ៍
I did not notice or see any sick prisoner.
លោកមានដែលឃើញពេទ្យគេទៅព្យា
Question.
បាលឲ្យអ្នកទោស
Did you see any medic providing treatment to the prisoners at the detention facility?
ពេទ្យគេទៅ
Response.
ព្យាបាលនៅ
The
តាមមន្ទីរ
medics
ក្នុងខាងហ្នឹងគឺមាន
provided the treatment to the prisoners at the detention facilities. Yes, the medics walked around to see those prisoners, and sometimes they dispensed the medicine, the pellets, the rabbit pellet medicine to them.
ទៅសួរចម្លើយហើយ
Questions for those prisoners who were interrogated and tortured and they were wounded or injured. Were they taken back into the same common rooms?
បាទឲ្យមក
Yes, they were taken back.
មានពេទ្យគេមកព្យាបាលទៅបួសក្នុងការ
Question.
ទរណកម្ម
And were they treated for their wounds after they were
បាទ
tortured?
ឃើញមានមក
Response. Yes, they were treated in their rooms.
ចុះបន្ទប់ឃុំ
Question.
ដោយឡែក
What about the
តើ
individual
គេមានដាក់ក្នុងអ្នក
cells?
ទោសទេ
Were the prisoners shackled in the prisoner cells? And if so, how they were shackled or cuffed?
បន្ទប់
Response.
ឃុំ
In the individual cells,
ជើង
prisoners were shackled
ច្រវាក់
on their ankles,
ជាប់នឹងដែកបណ្ដោះមកក្នុង
or they were chained to a metal post in that
តើ
room.
ដាក់ខ្នោះជើងទាំងសងខាង
Question. Were both feet shackled or just one foot?
ពេលហ្នឹងភាគច្រើនឃើញម្ខាង
Response. Mostly I noticed only one foot was shackled.
ហើយគេតម្រូវឲ្យអ្នកទោស
Question.
ដូចជានៅក្នុង
Were the prisoners required to lie down in the individual cells as those in the common rooms?
បាទឲ្យដេកដូចគ្នា
Response. Yes, they lied down on the floor. They were not allowed to sit or stand. Question. What about the female prisoners? Where were they detained?
អ្នកទោសស្រី
Response.
ដែល
Female prisoners
ជាប់នៅតាមបន្ទប់
were detained.
តែ
Some of them were detained in the individual cells, but the majority of them were detained on the upper floor, which were the large common rooms, and they were not shackled or cuffed.
ចាក់សោពីក្រៅ
They were only locked from outside.
កុមារដែលមកជាមួយម្ដាយ
Question. The children who came along with the mothers, were they detained in the same rooms as their mothers, or were they detained separately?
ចំពោះកុមារមិនដែលឃើញនៅ
Response. I did not see any children in there.
ចំពោះជនប្រចាំប្រទេស
Question. What about the Westerners?
ដៃនិងជើងទេ
Which building were they detained, and were they shackled or cuffed?
អ្នកទោសជនប្រចាំប្រទេសខ្ញុំធ្លាប់ឃើញគេដាក់នៅ
The Westerners whom I saw, they were detained
ចដើគេដាក់នៅខាងក្រោមប៉ុន្តែខាងលើចដើអាចចដើកាច់ឡើងទៅខាង
at the corner on the upper staircase. They were detained in the opened on the upper staircase.
តែគេមានដាក់ខ្នោះ
Question.
ដៃឬជើងនេះនៅពេលឃុំ
Were those foreigners shackled or cuffed?
នៅពេលឃុំហ្នឹងឃើញមានជាប់ខ្នោះជើងដូចគេដូចឯងដែរ
Response. When I saw them, they were shackled as the rest of the prisoners there.
មានសម្លៀកបំពាក់ស្លៀកពាក់តាមទៅ
Question.
នេះ
What about their clothing?
បាទសម្លៀកពាក់មាន
Response.
ស្លៀក
They wore their clothes.
តើស្លៀកពាក់ដូច
Question.
អ្នកនៅ
Were
ឃុំ
they
បន្ទប់
dressed
ដែលស្លៀកខោតែ
the same way as those local prisoners? I mean with shorts.
ចំពោះអ្នកទោសប្រចាំប្រទេសខ្ញុំឃើញ
Response.
គឺសម្លៀក
The
ពាក់
Westerners whom I saw,
មកពីក្រៅមកយ៉ាងម៉េចគឺ
they wore the same dress that they wore when they were brought in.
តើការផ្ដល់ម្ហូប
Question.
អាហារ
What about the food
ឲ្យ
ration
របៀបមិនដែរ
for these foreigners?
ការផ្ដល់ម្ហូបអាហាររបប
Response.
ខ្ញុំមិនបានឃើញច្បាស់ប៉ុន្តែ
I did not know it clearly, but I think the food ration was same as those provided to the other prisoners. There was no difference.
ចំពោះឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមតើគេឃុំនៅទីណា
Question. What about the Vietnamese prisoners of war? Where were they detained?
ខ្ញុំមិនបានដឹងច្បាស់
Response. I did not know clearly,
នៅក្នុង
but they were detained
អាគារហ្នឹងមិនដឹង
within the 3 buildings. I was just not sure which building they were detained in.
គេមានដាក់ខ្នោះដៃជើង
Question.
ហើយមានសម្លៀកបំពាក់
Were they also detained, handcuffed or shackled? And what about the dress?
អាហ្នឹង
Response.
ទូទៅគឺដាក់ខ្នោះ
In general, they were shackled as the rest of the prisoners.
ខ្លះអត់ទៀត
Some, regarding the dress, some of them wore the clothes and some did not.
តែលោកដឹងពីចំនួនឆ្លើយសឹក
Question.
ដែលគេឃុំនៅ
Did you know the total number of the prisoners of war who were detained there in S21?
ខ្ញុំមិនអាចប៉ាន់ស្មានបាន
Response. I cannot provide the total number as I did not know the figure.
ចំពោះអ្នកទោសពីបុ
Question.
គ្គលិកស21
Regarding the S21 staff who were detained, where were they detained?
ចំពោះអ្នកទោស
Response. The S21
ឃើញខ្ញុំ
staff,
ដាក់នៅខាងក្នុងហ្នឹងដែរប៉ុន្តែ
I saw them detained
ហើយគឺ
in
អត់មាន
the
ឲ្យ
building.
សួរហ្នឹងទៅចិត្ត
But
ចិត្តអីទេ
the interrogators, were not allowed to go near
អត់
them.
ឲ្យមានឃើញ
And the rooms where they were detained were closed, shut. All the windows and doors were all shut.
ចំពោះអ្នកទោស
Question.
ត្រូវការបន្ទោបង់តើត្រូវគេផ្ដល់របៀបមិន
Regarding
បន្ទោបង់បត់
The prisoners who needed to relieve themselves, what would happen?
ដែលនៅឃុំបន្ទប់រួម
I talk about those who were detained in the common room.
បាទអាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិន
Response.
ជាអ្នកនៅប្រចាំការហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងដឹងមិនច្បាស់
I did not station there permanently, so I was not that sure.
យកឡើងអាកែង
Maybe for a prisoner who needed to relieve himself would need to sit up and do it on the ammunition box.
Question.
The prisoners who were detained at S21, were there any of them released?
តាមខ្ញុំនៅនឹង
Response. Since the time I started working there until the time I left, I did not see any prisoner released. Question: If no prisoner was released, what was the fate of those who were detained there? Response: The fate of all those prisoners, from my conclusion, was death. Question: Were they killed or did they die naturally? Response: Some died due to their sickness inside the cells or the rooms, and some were taken and killed. Question: Did you ever see any prisoner commit suicide? Response: I never saw any prisoner commit any suicide, but I heard there were some prisoners who committed suicide. Question: How the prisoners commit suicide? Response: I heard only after I went to the study session at a political school near Dutch House. We were told some of them jumped from the building and some burned themselves with the lamp, and some used a pen to prick themselves to die. Question: Did you know the total number of the prisoners who committed suicide? Response: I did not know the exact number.
Question: Detainees who were executed at S21, what time of the day would they be executed there? Response: Normally, detainees would be taken in the late afternoon and at dusk, when I saw the trucks would be parked somewhere near the compound and that detainees would be loaded on the trucks to be taken away. Question: Were there detainees killed at S21? Response: At S21 compound, detainees would also be executed and buried in the compound and outside the location, in the surrounding area. Question: What kind of detainees were executed and buried in the surrounding area of S21? Response: I am not sure, but while I was on guard picking some coconut fruits, then I noted the graves with a lot of flies and smell. Question: Do you know which group was assigned to take prisoners to be executed? Response: I don't know. Question: Was it Hum Hoi's group in charge of transporting detainees? Response.
មួយក៏ក្រុមពេញនៅហ្នឹងខ្ញុំអត់ស្ដាប់
I don't know whether Hom Hoi's group or Peng's group. Question. Where would the important detainees be executed? Response. I don't know. Question. Where would the member of staff at S21 and their spouses executed? Response. I don't know. Question. Where were the Westerners executed and how? Response. I'm not sure if I know this, but I was told about this. I was told that they were killed at the corner of the road links to Mohamantri Pagoda, and I was told that the detainees were put on the street and burned using car tires. Question. When you heard about this, was the detainees alive or dead while they were being burned? Response. I did not witness it, but the detainees were sitting, so I believe they could have been alive while they were being burned. Question. Who told you about this? Response. Sir, the former guard from Kampong Chnang told me about this. Question. Were they executed in the day or at night? Response. I don't know. Question. Where were the Vietnamese prisoners of war and Vietnamese prisoners were executed? Response. I did not witness any killing at S21 of these detainees, so I presumed they could have been executed at Chiang Ai. Question. How many Vietnamese prisoners of war would have been killed, if you can give us the approximate figure? Response. I cannot give you the approximate figure of those detainees, and I am afraid I cannot make even a guess. Question. Can you agree that there were about hundreds of them? Response. Yes, I do agree with that. Question. Do you know where the children were killed at S21?
ណែកុមារដែលខ្ញុំ
Response.
ដឹងថាពេលប៊ូនឹងទម្លាក់មកពីលើ
I learned that only when one child was dropped from upper floor by Boo and the baby broke his neck upon falling on the ground, and that's one incident I witnessed, and that's all. Question. When detainees were transferred to be executed at Chiang Aik, do you know anything about this?
បាទការសម្លាប់នៅជើងឯកទីតាំងហ្នឹងខ្ញុំពីដើមកាលនៅហ្នឹងខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង
Response. When I worked at S21, I did not know that Chiang Aik existed. I learned that the detainees would be taken out, but to where they would be taken, I have no idea. Question. Do you know anything about the operation of the transportation of detainees to be executed at Chiang Aik?
បាទខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង
Response. No, I don't. Question. How would detainees be executed at S21?
បាទខ្ញុំ
Response. When it comes to execution, I think I don't know much about it because I was not at the place where people were executed. Question. One day before the 7th of January 1979, were there any prisoners left at S21?
នៅខាងក្នុងគុកខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង
Response. I don't know what happened inside the prison, but at that time, a few days before that, we were allowed to have a break. Question. You were allowed to be off duty. What about the other people? What were they doing back then? Response. I don't know anything about the other people's work, but for the interrogations units or sessions, people were off duty and were put idle because we heard that the Vietnamese was approaching and everyone was so worried and be prepared to react if necessary. Question. When did you leave S21? Response. It was on the 7th of January 1979 at about 9 or 10 a.m. when we saw the tanks approaching on Moniwong Boulevard. Ho shouted to us to seize our weapons and fled to the direction of Tuol Tumpung Market and further. Question. When you left, at the moment when you were leaving, did you see any detainees left in building A? Response. I don't think I saw any detainee there because I left a few days. I left the building without noting it.
តើការសម្លាប់ទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងអ្នកណាជាអ្នកបញ្ជា
Question: Do you know who made the decision to kill those people?
បាទការសម្លាប់ហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង
Response: I don't know.
លោកដឹងនេះដឹងថាអ្នកណាជាអ្នកបញ្ជាទេ
Question: Can you just, to the best of your knowledge, tell the court if you know who made such a decision?
ខ្ញុំអត់បាន
Response: I don't know. When I left, I did not even know that there were any prisoners left behind.
តើលោកអាចប៉ាន់ស្មានបានទេថាតើចំនួនអ្នកទោស
Question:
ដែលសម្លាប់នៅស21
Can you give us a proximate figure of the detainees who would have been killed at S21?
តាមការ
Response:
ប៉ាន់ស្មានរបស់ខ្ញុំ
If my estimation is correct, there were no less than 20,000 detainees put to death there.
លោកដឹងថាហូអនុប្រធានស21គាត់នៅទីណាទេ
Do you know where Ho, the deputy chief of S21, lived? Response: No, I don't. I don't even know whether he is alive
នៅពេល
or
ចេញពីភ្នំ
dead.
ពេញទៅហូទៅជាមួយលោកទេ
Question: When you left Phnom Penh, was Ho in your company?
ពេលចេញពីភ្នំពេញទៅ
Response: Ho, Dutch, Chan, and others were living all together.
តើមាននាំអ្នកទោសមួយចំនួនទៅ
Question:
ទេ
Were there any detainees be brought along with your group?
នៅតាមខ្ញុំឃើញថាមានអ្នកទោស
There were
ដោយតាជំមៃ
Chumai,
អណាតតាទួ
Wanat,
តាម៉េង
Tuan, Ming.
ចំនួនគាត់ស្លាប់អស់ហើយ
I think a few of them already died, but they were going along with us on the move while we were
អស់ចំនួន
leaving.
លោកធាន
Mr. Yazakon, I have no further questions for the time being.
លោកស្រីចក្រមតើមានសំណួរអ្វី
The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put any questions to the witness? The floor is yours. Judge Silver Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have spoken today about foreigners who were detained at S21, and I just want to ask you a few more questions about them. Do you recall foreigners other than Vietnamese or Westerners being detained at S21?
Response: I only saw the Vietnamese prisoners and the Westerners, the two Westerners. I did not see other foreigners.
Did you see any Thai detainees?
Response: No, I didn't.
While you were at S21, did you hear any reports on the radio or by other means of armed conflict with any other country?
Response: At S21, I learned that there was a armed conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia.
Can you recall when this conflict started or when you first learned of it?
តើលោកដឹងព័ត៌មាននេះនៅពេលណាហើយសង្គ្រាមនោះឬការចំនួននោះកើតឡើងចាប់ពីពេលណាមក
Response. I learned of it through the interrogation session when detainees said they were sent to the battles to fight the Vietnamese, and I heard about this in 1977.
Was 1977 the first year when you recall Vietnamese prisoners of war at S21?
ថាមានអ្នកទោសជនជាតិវៀតណាមដែលជាប់ឃុំនៅស-21
បាទសំណួរស្ដាប់អត់បាន
Response. Could you please repeat your question?
Was 1977 the first year that you saw Vietnamese prisoners of war detained at S21?
ដែរឬទេ
បាទ
Response. Yes.
Did you see other Vietnamese detained at S21, ordinary Vietnamese people who were not soldiers?
ដែរទេគឺឃើញអ្នកជាប់ឃុំស៊ីវិលដែលជាជនជាតិស៊ីវិលជាប់ឃុំនៅស-21 ដែរឬទេ
បាទនៅហ្នឹងមានស៊ីវិល
Response. There were Vietnamese soldiers as well as ordinary Vietnamese detainees. They were mixed up.
You said before in answer to Judge Ya Sok An that you agreed there would be hundreds of Vietnamese at S21. Were there as many ordinary Vietnamese as Vietnamese prisoners of war, or were there more prisoners of war than ordinary people?
ឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមឬក៏មានឆ្លើយសឹកវៀតណាមច្រើនជាងអ្នកជាប់ឃុំធម្មតា
Response. What I saw was that there were more soldiers, Vietnamese soldiers, than ordinary Vietnamese detainees.
You spoke earlier today of an incident when you saw a woman being electrocuted. Do you recall that incident?
តើលោកនៅចាំព្រឹត្តិការណ៍នេះដែរឬទេ
បាទព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាំបានខ្លះៗ
Response. I still remember some of the incident.
And you were on guard at the time, is that correct?
កំពុងតែយាមតើត្រឹមត្រូវដែរឬទេ
បាទ
Response. Yes, there is.
Can you describe exactly what you saw
ពណ៌នាឲ្យបានច្បាស់ថាតើលោកបាន
from where you were standing on guard?
កន្លែងដែលលោកឈរយាមនោះ
ធម្មតាខ្ញុំនៅយាមពីមុខ
Response. I was standing on guard in the front, and I could hear the interrogation session by
ទឹកអី
Tet and Chan
គឺប៊ូ
and Boo.
ការសួរហ្នឹងខ្ញុំនៅពីក្រៅផ្ទះវាជ្រៅដែរអញ្ចឹងមិនអាចស្ដាប់បានអស់ទេតែ
Although
គាត់តែឃើញទូ
I was standing guard outside, I could hear something about their confession, and I could see that the detainee was electrocuted and tortured.
Can you explain how you could see her being electrocuted? Were you looking through a window? Were you simply hearing the sounds of electrocution? or was there some other way you observed this?
ដែលលោកបានឃើញទៅលើព្រឹត្តិហេតុនៃការឆក់ទៅលើស្ត្រីនោះ
បាទពេលខ្ញុំនៅឆ្លោយយាមគឺ
When I was standing guard, there was a slide door of the apartment, so I could see well deep inside of the room.
Is it correct that at an earlier interview you said that it was the accused, Doik, who administered the electric shock to the woman?
Response. Yes, during that time, Doik was the chairman, although he did not carry out that torture, but Boo was present. And I don't know whether Boo was verbally instructed or ordered, because I could hardly hear what they were talking inside the room while I was outside.
So you're saying that you could hear everything clearly and you could see into the room, and today you confirm that it was Dick Boo who did the electrocution of this woman. Is that correct?
Response. Yes, that is correct, that Dick Boo was torturing the detainees. Sometimes I could hear their conversation, but sometimes I didn't, because I was about 4 to 5 meters apart from that room of in the apartment.
Would it be fair to say that you have thought a great deal about your experiences as a guard at S21 over the last 30 years?
Response. I think I cannot catch your question yet.
I'm sorry. Have you thought often about the time you were a guard at S21 over the last 30 years?
Response. I can recall some of the events, but I have forgotten most of the significant part of my time during that regime.
And would it be true to say that you have been interviewed about your experiences a number of times and discussed them with a lot of people over the years? Is that fair?
Response. Yes, that is.
And sometimes you remember exactly what you saw and heard, but other times, just as you said earlier about the Westerners being killed, you have told us what other people told you. Is that correct?
Response. Yes, there is.
Earlier today, you said that you saw no pregnant women at the prison, but in an interview, an earlier interview, you have spoken of a pregnant woman giving birth at the prison. Was that something you heard about or something you observed yourself?
បាទរឿងអ្នកមានផ្ទៃពោះស្គាល់ទៅលេនៅក្នុងហ្នឹងខ្ញុំនិយាយហ្នឹងក៏វាមានបញ្ហាពាក់ព័ន្ធផ្នែកការលោកចៅក្រមសួរខ្ញុំពីរឿង
When
ទោស
the judge asked me about the detainee, I
មានផ្ទៃពោះ
responded
ជាអ្នកទោសដែរប៉ុន្តែគេដោះលែង
differently.
ឲ្យធ្វើ
But
ពេទ្យឈ្មោះ
I
ថនអាហ្នឹង
saw a woman named
ព្រោះនារីហ្នឹង
Thorn
ទៅមកពីរៀននៅ
who
ចិន
was from China, and I did not know what happened, that she was arrested, and then she was allowed to treat detainees at that location. And when I got sick, because I got the numbness, just the whole part of one side of my body, and I was hospitalized, and medic Thorn was asked to cure me, but she was a detainee, but she was allowed to go about or to move about outside the premises of the prison.
Well, I don't think I explained my question clearly to you. In an earlier interview, and the ERN reference in English is 001615558, you said, as for anyone being pregnant, I never saw that. I just know there were some pregnant prisoners in the prison. 2 or 3 months later, they released her, meaning no shackles. When she gave birth, it was a boy. Do you recall making that answer in an earlier interview?
Response. I seemed not to recall it.
So today you can't confirm that incident. Is that correct?
Response, yes.
Finally, I want to ask you about the last days at S21. You have said today that you left on the 7th of January when tanks were seen on Monivong Boulevard, and Hor ordered you to leave. Is that correct?
Response, yes, that is correct.
Can you remember what day before that day was the last time you guarded any prisoners?
Response, I cannot catch the question. Can you please rephrase it?
Were you still guarding prisoners on the 7th of January, or had they all gone by then?
Response, regarding the prisoners, before 3 or 4 days before the 7th January, we did not make any movement and it was quiet.
Were there no prisoners left at S21 for those 3 or 4 days before the 7th of January?
Response, yes.
You mean, yes, there were no prisoners, is that correct?
Response. Yes, there were no prisoners.
Did you see what happened to the last prisoners before the 7th of January?
Response. What happened before the 7th January, and I did not see any much activities. The activities before were the prisoners were tracked out, and then everything went dead for 3 or 4 days before the 7th of January, because before that the prisoners were tracked out day and night.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I say I appreciate you trying so hard to remember details. Mr. President, I have no other questions.
The President, judges of the bench, do you have any questions? Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Judge Lavange. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Judge Lavange. I would like to put a number of questions to you to clarify some aspects of your testimony. First of all, you explained to us that you joined the revolution at about 1973. What did you do in terms of school? How far did you go in school?
Response. Before I joined the revolution in 1973, I studied up to the 8th grade of the old education system.
Question. This means that you could read and write Khmer? Could you speak a little French? Could you read or write French?
Response. I could read and write the Khmer language. When I studied, I could read and write a little bit of French, but now I forget it all.
Question. Before joining the revolution, what did your activities consist in?
Qu'est-ce que vous faites?
Response. Before I joined the revolution, I was in school, and after the coup d'etat, I quit schooling and I helped my parents in rice farming.
Question. Regarding your activities in S21, did you work at the former PJ, that is the former Judicial Police Office, or did you just work at what is now known as the Tool Slaying Museum?
Response. I did not know the location or worked at a PJ prison. When I came to work, I worked at the S21 location.
Question. Did you ever hear about a prison in Takmau?
Response. I did not go or see the prison in Ta Khmau, but later on, those people who used to work there told me that there was a prison in Ta Khmau, but I myself never went there.
Question. I gather from what you explained that your first job in S21 was to stand guard outside the buildings. Can you recall exactly when you started doing that job? That is, if you remember.
Response. The guarding outside, or when I was assigned to stand guard outside, I could not recall it. First, I did the rice farming in Priso, and I worked there for 1 season, and after the harvest, I was sent to stand guard, so I could not recall the exact month.
Question. What is a farming season? Is it 1 year? Is it several months? Could you define it, please?
Response. When I worked in the rice field, it was from the beginning of the year until the end of the year. I started from the time that I had to use the hoe to dig the ground, then we had to transplant the seedlings until the whole season complete, that is towards the end when we harvested the rice.
Question. And when did the harvest take place? In January? In April?
Response. In Cambodia, November or December or January or February, that's the harvest season.
Donc on a un éventail.
So we have a time span from November to February, is that it?
Response. I think I'm not really sure. It's been so long I cannot recollect it. But in general, as it is the practice now, it also depends on the rain. Sometimes we started in June or July, or sometimes we started early or later, and usually we finish around November or December.
Question. How long did you work as a guard outside S21, if you can remember? Was it 1 month, 2 months, several months?
Response. The time that I stood guard outside, I could not recall how many months, but it was pretty long.
Question. Do you remember who told you that you would be assigned to other duties? How did it happen? Who told you to leave your job and take up another job?
Response. From what I know, although it's been so long already and I might not remember it well, I think it was Ho who told me, but I'm not really sure. So I cannot clearly say who actually told me.
Et or,
And had you known Ho for a long time?
Response: I knew Ho when I came to work at S21.
est-ce que vous l'aviez rencontré
Question. Did you meet him at the 703rd Division?
Response: I did not know him at Division 703. I only met him at S21.
Quel était votre
Question. What did you do exactly when you were in Division 703?
Response: at Division 703, during the wartime, I was in the artillery unit in the Battalion 48. I was in charge of an artillery.
Quand vous avez changé de fonction,
Question. When you changed your duties, if I understood correctly what you said this morning, you became a guard inside S21. Were you then immediately assigned to work as an interrogator? So did you work both as a guard and an interrogator concurrently, or did you do these things one after the other, or did you do them separately or together?
Response: after I was assigned from working outside, I was assigned to work inside, and I was assigned to interrogate the prisoners. I was not assigned to guard inside at all.
Question. So you never did guard duty inside S21, is that correct?
Response: yes, I never guarded inside.
alors je dois avouer
Question. I must admit then that I don't quite understand. It seems to me that a while ago, when my colleagues put questions to you regarding an incident that involved the interrogation of a woman in which Dirk allegedly participated, I seemed to understand that you explained that at that point you were working as a guard outside the cell. So, if you were not standing guard, what were you doing? Were you in the cell? Were you there just by chance?
Response: at that time, I was an interrogator, but after I finished, after 11 p.m., and when a prisoner was brought for interrogation, that asked me to help guarding outside the room. So I was only doing that for that particular event, and later on I was never standing guard inside. because at that time there were no other guards for this late interrogation, and I was asked to assist in providing the guarding outside the interrogation room.
Did you have frequent contact with the accused Dyke when you were an interrogator?
Response. Regarding the interrogation work, I hate to be in contact because I had to respond to him when he asked questions regarding the prisoners or the confessions. So the contact was rather frequent.
Alors,
So what sort of contact was it? Was it solely through letters, as you explained? Was it visual contact? Did you meet each other? Or was it other forms of contact?
Response. The contact between Dutch and I at the time was due to the documents that I sent. Sometimes Dutch annotated on those documents for me to redo it or to continue the interrogation. And sometimes when the interrogation was not yet complete, he would telephone me.
Did you have frequent telephone contact with Dyke? And if so, what sort of instructions did he give you? What did he say to you?
Response. The telephone contact was not frequent. It happened occasionally. However, I cannot recall clearly the frequency of contact. It's been so long already.
en quoi consistait...
Question. What did he say? What did his instructions consist of?
Qui vous demandait?
What did he ask you?
Response. I cannot recall what his instructions were on the telephone, but usually he would want to follow the progress of the interrogations and certain follow-ups on the documents that I sent to him.
Donc.
Question. Would he, for instance, say to you, you should interrogate somebody to find out who is in a network of traitors? Did he indicate to you how you should orient the interrogation? Or did he give other instructions?
A response. From what I can recall, usually his instructions focused on the leaders or the important prisoners in order to find the network of his subordinates or their subordinates. Usually that was his main focus.
Est-ce qu'il donnait...
Question. Did he also issue instructions regarding how the interrogation was to be conducted?
Response. His instructions were not on every aspect, but previously, yes, during the study sessions, he already provided instructions on this matter.
Alors,
question. You were interviewed as a witness by the investigators of the Office of the Co-Investigating Judges. The record of the interview is D19/7 and on page 20 in the French of this document you have this question. Do you remember what Doik instructed before each interrogation? And you answered, Doik issued instructions when the prisoners were important, when it was prisoners whose confessions were to be obtained at all costs. And he told us to question in depth to find out the networks. So do you confirm what I have just read out? What does it mean? If you understood what I have read out, what does it mean to say to question in depth to find out about the networks?
Response. That meant he wanted to follow the progress of that matter so that I had to really dig the root to find the source of that prisoner, to find the network.
Question. Does it mean that to dig right down to the root, as you put it, the use of a certain degree of violence was allowed?
Response. To dig rightly to the root was to get in depth the details of the confession, or to redo parts of the confessions in order to find every detail of the matter.
Question. I shall try to make things clearer. Did you ever receive instructions from Doik to torture prisoners or to use violence on some prisoners?
Response. There were continuing instructions regarding this matter when I attended the study session at the political school. He instructed us on the method of torturing and not letting the prisoner die. Otherwise, the confession would be broken. So the instructions were given continuously during those study sessions.
Question. So, when you received instructions to interrogate in depth, it meant that you were to apply all the instructions that you have received in the course of your training, including using some forms of violence. Is that what it meant to you?
Response. Yes.
revenons à la fin.
Question. Now let us return to training. You said that this training was, amongst others, provided by the accused himself. You said that there were various types of training. There was political training, and there was also training pertaining to the interrogation and interrogation techniques. So what I'm driving at now is training on interrogation techniques. I would like you to tell the court exactly, in your recollection, what the content of this kind of training was. Also, did this training include instructions from the accused himself on the use of certain forms of violence?
Response. During the study sessions, mostly we were trained, we were provided the political training, technical training in making documents, and the torture techniques. Therefore, we were provided with trainings in all these areas.
Question. Could you be a little bit more specific and tell us exactly what Doig taught you in regard to torture techniques, as you put it? What exactly did he tell you? What were the forms of violence he said you could use?
Vous a parlé de quoi? Il vous a parlé.
Judge Laverne continues. What did he tell you about? Did he tell you about using electric shocks? Did he tell you about using whips or canes, sticks? What did he talk about? Was it he personally, or was it someone speaking in his presence?
Response. During the sessions, Dutch was the one who gave lecture. We were trained not to use big club to beat any detainee, to avoid hurting the detainee until he or she died of the sustained injury, and we were taught to insert a needle underneath the nails, and by doing so only the detainees could sustain from the wound at in the fingers, not affecting the head or the legs, that the detainee could not walk to work. So this was a kind of torture that was light but painful.
Judge Lavergne, when you say that we were taught to put needles under the nails, we were taught by whom?
Response. It was a theory instructed to us by Deutsch, because it was the light torture technique that did not affect the heart of the detainee.
Judge Lavergne, this is what Duke was telling you. He was telling you that you can put needles under the nails because that will not kill the prisoner. That's what he told you? That's what he was saying to you?
Response. Yes, that was because we were told to do this because we would like to make sure that detainees would not be killed by such torture. The President interrupts. Since it is time to take an adjournment, the Chamber will adjourn for 17 minutes until 3:20 p.m. The court official is instructed to take the witness to the waiting room.
Response, I cannot recall it. Question, at that time, where were you and how did you witness that event? Response, I was in that group. And while they were interrogating, I was assigned to guard outside that office, outside that room. Question, did you see Dutch torture that female prisoner? And if so, how was the torture done? Response, at that time, I did not see it clearly. I did not think he tortured that female prisoner. I think he was only interrogating her and other people did the torture. Question, who tortured that prisoner and how was the torture done? Response, at that time there was Dai Bu who tortured that female prisoner. He beat her, he electrocuted her, and he suffocated her with a plastic bag until she became unconscious. Question, did you see the accused order Dai Bu to torture her by electrocuting or suffocating her with a plastic bag? Response, at that time I did not know whether he ordered him or not to torture her, but because the female prisoner did not confess, so she was tortured by that group, and I was guarding outside at the time. Question, when you interrogated a prisoner, did you ever see the accused come inside and interrogate the prisoner with you? And if not, who else ever joined you in interrogating the prisoner? Response, in practice, no one would come to another person's interrogation, so usually it was one interrogator, one prisoner. In practice, in my unit, sometimes he walked past, and he asked a few questions whether the prisoner already confessed or not, and he left. Question: did you know that at the accused residence, it was also an interrogation place? Response: as far as I know, there was no interrogation room in that house. Question: can you tell us who assigned you to interrogate any particular prisoner, and was the order in writing or it was verbal? Response: the decision to have a prisoner to be interrogated by me, sometimes it was in writing, given to me by a messenger, or sometimes the order came by the telephone from Dutch, or sometimes the order came from Chan, who gave an instruction to interrogate a particular prisoner. Questioned: in that written order, what was the content of it? For example, did it specify the name of the interrogator, of the prisoner, correct, the interpreter, and who signed it? Response: for the small letters, they were written by Dutch and signed by him. Questioned: so you received the letters from the accused, and then whom did you give the letters to? Response: after receiving the letters, I would give the letters to Suthi, who was in charge of the list, in order to make sure where the prisoner was, and then he would tell me which room or which individual cell the prisoner was, and then I would contact the guard, and the guard would bring the prisoner to me for the interrogation. Question: when Suthi checks the name against the list, did he make any annotation on that letter from the upper echelon, or did he sign on that letter? Response: after Suthi checked and found the name, then he would annotate which room, big room or small room, and which building, A or B. But I did not think he signed on that letter. Questioned: and next, where did you bring the letter to? Response: I gave the letter to the guard who was guarding the room. Question: after the guard receives the letter from you, what happened next? Response: after receiving the letter, the guard would find the prisoner according to the name and the serial number, and then the guard would cuff the prisoner and blindfolded him and bring him out, and then I would receive that prisoner. Question: so when you received the prisoner who was handcuffed and blindfolded, did you personally walk the prisoner to the interrogation location? Response: yes. Question: where did you interrogate the prisoner? How far was it from the detention facility? Respond. It was towards the east of the entrance of the Tul Swai School. It was about 20 to 30 meters to the east along the narrow path. Question: Did you ever interrogate the prisoners in Building A? Response: In Building A, I never interrogated a prisoner, and I never entered Building A. Question: When you brought the prisoner to the interrogation location, what happened next? Response: When I arrived at the location, I would shackle the prisoner, then uncuffed and remove the blindfold. Question: Did the prisoner sit on a chair or sit on the floor during the interrogation? Response: During the interrogation, the prisoner sat on a chair. Questions regarding the writing of the confession of the prisoner. How was it done? Response: The writing of the confession, if the confession deems appropriate, then we would write the confession. If we believe the confession was a lie, then we did not write the confession, because we were instructed to write only appropriate confessions. Question: What did you mean by the appropriate confessions? Response: For example, if the confession talked about the proper network with the superior, with the history of activities and the involvement with the treacherous network. Question: Did you personally write the confession, or you asked the prisoner to write the confession by himself or herself? Response: It's not regular. If the prisoner could write, then I would ask the prisoner to write by himself or herself. Question: When you finished your interrogation, whom did you report to? Response: After the interrogation was complete, I would report to my chief of the group. Question: From your interview with the co-investigating judges, you stated that when the confession of the prisoner was complete, you would send it to either Chan or the accused. But now you said you sent it to your group's chief. Why there is a difference here? Response: It depends on the network. So I hand it to my group's chief, and my group's chief would deliver it to either Chan or Dutch. Questioned. What types of confessions of the prisoners that you had to report to Dutch, and what types of the confessions that you had to report to Mom Nai Elis Chan? Response. Regardless of the types of the prisoners, in practice, I would report it to my group's chief, and then my group's chief would report to Mom Night Elis Chan or Dutch. And at that time, Mom Night had the responsibility of perusing the confessions. And sometimes he would make an annotation for further investigation on particular matters. And sometimes Dutch himself would annotate on the confessions. Question: who made the decision as whether the confession or the interrogation of prisoner was complete? Response: there was no clear written order. It depends on when the confession was returned, and it depends on the annotation on that confession. So either it was complete or the interrogation had to continue, or a new prisoners had to be interrogated. Questions. So the end of a confession was only when the annotation came back and that a new prisoner was asked to be interrogated. Is this correct? Response: yes. Question. In a case where a prisoner was interrogated for one day and it was not yet complete, and you then return the prisoner to the guard, on the next day, when you had to bring that prisoner again for the interrogation, did you have to have another letter of authorization? Response: actually, there was only one letter of authorization for the beginning for one particular prisoner, and if that prisoner was needed to be interrogated again, there was no need for another letter. Questions. When your report was sent, that is the results of your interrogation, sent to the upper echelon, and if they considered the confessions were not complete, what types of annotations which were written and returned back to you? Response: for the incomplete confessions, the annotation would write, "Comrade, you have to interrogate further on this matter, for instance, on the treacherous network." So it depends on the actual annotation on the confession or on the report that I sent. Question: who made those annotations? Response: it was Dutch and sometimes Jans. Questioned the prisoners after they completed their interrogation, were they still detained in S21 or were they sent somewhere else? Response: after the interrogation was complete, I would return the prisoner back to their cells or rooms, and I did not know when they would be taken out. Question. What about the female prisoners? Where were they interrogated and were they handcuffed and blindfolded in the same way as the male prisoners? Response. For the female prisoners, usually they were not cuffed or blindfolded. They were walked normally and they were interrogated outside. But during the interrogation, the interrogator was not allowed to close the door or the windows and were not allowed to come close to the female prisoner in order to avoid the moral offense. Question. Was every prisoner at S21 interrogated? Response. As far as I know, not every one of them was interrogated. Question. How many percentage of those who were not interrogated? Response. It is my estimate. Probably 50 or 60% of the prisoners were not interrogated because due to the shortage of the interrogators and due to the long time spent on interrogating each prisoner.
Question. Regarding the Vietnamese prisoners, were they interrogated and who interrogated them and where their confessions would be taken to? Response. Regarding the Vietnamese prisoners of war, they were interrogated by Chan and their confession would be recorded and broadcast on radio. Question. Do you know what kind of confessions aimed to be obtained from the Vietnamese prisoners of war? Response. In the Vietnamese confession, mainly we would like to hear how they invaded Cambodia, and it was about their intention to invade Cambodia, the content of which would be broadcast on radio. Question. Were all the Vietnamese prisoners of war interrogated, or were just a few of them interrogated? Response. I have no idea whether all were interrogated. Question. You worked inside. Can you estimate the number of the Vietnamese prisoners of war who were arrested? How many were they? Response. I'm not quite sure, but I can see at least there are more than 100. Question. Who interrogated Westerners who were detainees at the prison, and where were they interrogated? Response. I saw them at the location where registration was made at Susti location, and Chan would be asking them about their names and where they were from, and translation would be made, I learned that there were American and Australian detainees named David Scott, and there was a French writing on that person that I can identify him as David Scott because I can read a little French. Question. Apart from these two foreigners, did you ever see other Westerners in that location? Response. No, I don't. Question. How much time was needed to interrogate each detainee? Response. It depends. Sometimes we needed at least 1 month to interrogate a detainee, and sometimes it took us even months. Question. Do you remember who you interrogated, the names of people you interrogated? Response. I don't remember all those names. Question. When you were allowed to interrogate prisoners by the accused, were you allowed to torture them, or were you supposed to ask for permissions before violation should be inflicted on any detainee? Response. As a rule, had it, interrogator was not allowed to torture anyone unless there was instruction otherwise by Deutsch to torture the detainees. Question. When the detainees did not give a complete confession in their confession, were interrogators allowed to torture them? Response. Well, only when we were allowed to torture them that we could torture them. Question. So, according to the orders of the accused, then you would be able to torture the detainee. Were the orders done through verbally or by a written letter? Response. Normally, orders would be given through telephone or through a verbal communication rather than through written forms. Question. What kind of violence were inflicted onto the detainees? Response. I would like not to respond to this question, please. Regarding the female detainees, were they tortured while being interrogated? Response. Normally, detainees were subjected to be tortured regardless of female or male detainees. Question. Had you ever seen any pregnant detainees be interrogated? Response. I had never seen them. Question. Were children who came along with their parents interrogated? Response. Normally, children would be convinced to leave their parents. Question. Where would they be taken to, and who were in charge of taking them out? Response. It depends on the guards who would be in charge of taking them out. Question. Do you know the person named Peng? Response. Yes, I do. Question. What was his role at S21 back then? Response. So far as I remember, he was a chief of a unit at the location. I don't remember whether he was the chief of the unit of 100 or of 50. Question. Was he in charge of taking the children away or keeping the children? Response. That was his duty, of course. Question. So you have spoken of Peng that and that his duty was to take charge of the children. Is that correct? Response. Yes, that is. Question. Where would Peng take those children to? Response. I don't know when children were taken out and what would happen to them, but I believe that when they were taken out from the compound, they would have been exterminated. Question. Could you please clarify for us whether you witnessed any torture inflicted by the accused toward any detainee? Response. As I mentioned earlier, I were on guard outside, and there were a lot of people who interrogated detainees. So he interrogated while the other were torturing. Question. Did you see or witness the accused often used tortures? Response: I don't think I have seen that because I were far apart from them. Question regarding the Westerners. During interrogation session, were they tortured? Response: while I was on guard, I did not see they were being tortured. I only noted that they were handcuffed and they were arrested from the sea and on the boat, and they were in Cambodia's territory. Question: you talking about the boat, what was the boat carrying? Response: I did not, or I don't have any idea of that boat, but Chan told us that there were food supply on the boat that could feed the crew member up to 3 months. Question: were Vietnamese prisoners of war tortured while being interrogated? Response: I did not personally and directly interrogate them, so I am not in the position to know what happened to them. Question: had you ever interrogated any Vietnamese prisoner of war? Response: no, I hadn't, because I don't speak Vietnamese. Question: where were the Vietnamese prisoners of war be interrogated? Response: the places where the prisoners were interrogated varied, but mostly they were interrogated in the compound of the prison, or sometimes they were walked outside. And since during the interrogation no one could listen to their conversation, so care was not much needed. Question: during such interrogation, what was the purpose of obtaining confession from them? Response: we wanted the confession. That's all. Question: regarding the detainees who were former members of staff at S21, how were they treated and who interrogated them? Response: those people very often were interrogated by Chin Nan, who were from M13. People from 703 would not be sought or needed to interrogate them because of being afraid of any compromise. Question: Could you please tell us the names of the people from the West Force who interrogated them again? Response. Could you please verify your question, Your Honor? Question. You have spoken of the S-21 detainees who were interrogated by people from the West. So who were they? Response. The people who interrogated staff member of the S-21, there were Chin, Nan, sometimes Tit was also involved, and they would be interrogated at the special room to the south of the complex. Question. Who brought in the West Force to work at S-21? Response. Dutch was the one who brought them in. Some were brought in from Lang and some were brought in from the base. Question. Why people from 703 were not assigned to interrogate prisoners who were former staff of 703? Response. I think it was an internal affairs to which I don't know. Question. Do you know anything about the rift between 703 and the West Force? Response. At the outside, there was no significant rift, but later on there were arrests of those senior people of the division, and in my interrogators group, only I myself who were spared, others were arrested and detained. People from 703, I mean, only I was left or spared. Question. Had you ever witnessed any blood drawing practice? Response. I saw detainees who was subjected to that blood practice, blood drawing practice, because when I was walking along that path, I could pay a visit to that medic location, but I did not go there regularly or very often, and I noted that detainee would be taken to that location, and they would be put to lie on their back on a bed while their legs were shackled and blindfolded. Then there would be a needle inserted into their vein so that the blood could be drawn. Question. How many bags of blood was drawn from that particular detainee? Response. So far as I noted, one detainee, there were 5 bags of blood taken from one detainee until the person grasped or were dying. Question. So how often was any detainee taken to the place where his or her blood could be drawn? Response. There was no definite indication of how often they would be taken to that place. But each time there were 4 to 10 people who would be put to the bed so that their blood would be drawn and they were dying. Question: who conducted the blood drawing? Response: I noted 3 and medic Run who were present at that time, but they all died later in that prison too. Question: when was the practice visible to you regarding the blood drawing? Response: I don't remember very well, but it perhaps happened in 1978 or 77. Question: can you give us an approximate figures, like in each month, how many prisoners would be taken to have their blood drawn? Response: it was not very frequent. It happened only on occasional manner, so I only witnessed it occasionally. Question: do you know where the blood would be taken to? Response: I asked medic 3. He told me that the blood bag would be distributed to the Soviet Cambodian Friendship Hospital or to Milia Hospital, because during the Democratic Cambodia regime there were armed conflicts with the Vietnamese. That's why I can see that since there were a lot of wounded soldiers, so blood were much needed at that time. Question: regarding the detainees whose blood was drawn, where would they be taken to? Response: if there were very few of them who died as the result of the blood drawing, they would be buried in the compound of the prison or just at the nearby location. If there were significant number of detainees died, then they would be loaded on the trucks to be taken away. Question: so the blood drawing practice was meant to put detainees to death, is that correct? Response: so far as I witnessed, after blood was drawn, no one would ever leave because they was dying already while they were being their blood was being taken. Question: do you know who ordered Medic 3 to carry out the blood drawing practice?
អ្នកបញ្ជាពីលើ
Response.
ខ្ញុំអត់ដឹង
I don't know who ordered him because he was not in my group.
លោកបាន
Question. You indicated that you walked into the location when the blood was drawn. Did you ever see the accused at that location when the blood was being drawn?
បាទអត់ទេ
Response. No, I didn't.
ចំពោះលោកផ្ទាល់លោកមានធ្លាប់ជួនជាប់បញ្ជាឲ្យលោកយកអ្នកទោសទៅបូមឈាមទេ
Did you personally ever receive any order to take any detainee to have their blood drawn by the accused?
បាទអត់ដែរទេ
Response. No, because I was not trained to do that.
តើលោកដែលឃើញនារសាររបស់ជនជាប់ចោទ
Question.
ទៅកន្លែងបូមឈាម
Had you ever seen the messenger of the accused ever pay a visit to that location?
បាទអត់
Response. No, I never saw him.
អ្នកទោសដែលយកមកបូមឈាមនោះមានស្ត្រីទេ
Detainees who were taken to have their blood drawn, were there female detainees too?
ពេលខ្ញុំឃើញទាំងអត់មានទេ
Response. I did not see any female detainee.
ចំពោះកុមារមានទេ
What about children? Question.
អត់មានទេកុមារ
Response. No, no children.
លោកធ្លាប់ឃើញគេយកអ្នកទោស
Question.
ទៅវះកាត់ដើម្បី
Did you ever see the prisoner being taken for the anatomy study?
បាទខ្ញុំអត់ដែរឃើញទេ
Response. No, I did not see that.
នៅមន្ទីរស21នោះពេទ្យមាន
Question.
ប្រ
At
មាណអ្នកដែរ
S21, how
ហើយមានពេទ្យស្រីទេ
many medics were there, and if are there any female medics?
តាមខ្ញុំដឹង
Response.
នៅកន្លែងនោះ
As far as I know,
ពេទ្យមិនមានច្រើនទេមាន
there were only 4 or 5 medics.
ខ្ញុំមិនចាំឈ្មោះចាំតែពេទ្យ
I could not recall their names. I only recall Hun and Tri. And yes, there were female medics.
នៅក្នុងហ្នឹងគឺកាលពីចំនួនមុនមកគឺគាត់នៅកើត
Previously, they worked a bit further from the prison toward the east. And actually, I was hospitalized there because I had the injury from the bullet fragment, and I was hospitalized there. Later on, I was sent to the Monivung and the Rason hospitals. I stayed there for several months until my body almost became numbed. And I believed there were 1 or 2 female medics, but later on, the female medics were gone. Question. Was the female medic named Namon? Response. From my recollection, it's possible that her name was Namon. ពេទ្យណាមុនដែលផ្ដល់ថ្នាំឲ្យលោក Question. Did you ever receive any medicine from the medic Namon? Response. At that time, I was not sure, but I was given the medicine from the medical staff. However, it's been a long time, so I could not put a name to any person. Question, you said there were 2 female medics. What was the name of another medic? Response, I cannot recall the name. I could only think there was 1 or 2 female medics at the time. Question, how could you recall the name of the female medic Nammon? Response, the name Nammon, the female medic, I recalled her name when she came to testify in this chamber. Question, can you verify clearly whether Nammon was the female medic working at S21? Response, from the way she spoke, I was pretty sure that she was that female medic. However, I cannot say 100% that it was her, because I cannot recall her name. Question, at S21, was there a detention location where it was not high enough for you to stand up? Response, yes. It was under the staircase. Question, so under the staircase to the building, it was also a detention cell at S21? Response, yes. Under each staircases of the buildings, some rooms were used to store clothes and some rooms were used as detention cells to house the prisoners. And yes, I noticed prisoners were detained in those cells underneath the staircase. Question, did you know that the prisoners who were taken to S21 were their biographies being taken, their height was measured, and they were photographed? Response, yes, all these formalities were made. Question, so after all these formalities were made, where would the prisoners be sent for detention? Response, after they were processed, Suhti would look into the list of the names to see which rooms were available, then they would be sent to those rooms. Question, when the prisoners were walked into their detention facility, were they handcuffed or blindfolded? Response, normally after, and it's in practice, when a prisoner was transferred or moved from one place to another, they would be shackled and blindfolded. Question, were prisoners categorized into different types? For example, for the important prisoners, they will be detained separately at a separate location. And who made such decisions? Response, yes, prisoners were categorized into different types. For the important prisoners, they would be detained at the special prisons to the south. I never been there. because I had no right to go there. For the normal prisoners, they will be detained in the big prison. And it was only Dutch who made the decision on the categorization of the prisoners. The President. Now it is time for our lunch break. The chamber will adjourn and it will resume at 1:30 to continue hearing the testimony of this witness. Court officer, can you provide the necessary refreshment for the witness? Security guard, take the accused to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30. The hearing is adjourned.
We continue hearing the testimony of Prak Khan. Judge Lavenge, you take the floor to proceed with further questions to the witness. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Judge Laverne, thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. Prak Khan, I was asking questions regarding the content of the training that was given by the accused. And you said that this training went so far as to giving indications regarding certain uses of violence. And you also said that one of the most important rules was to make sure that the prisoner would not die. Is that so?
Response: that is correct.
Judge Lavian, so therefore, what kind of information was provided to you to make sure that a prisoner would not die? What would they tell you? Were there certain signs that you had to pay attention to and moments when you knew you had to stop? What did this mean exactly?
Response: Dutch taught us several aspects of tortures, and that we had to be careful when inflicting tortures on any detainee.
Judge Lavian, so what he was telling you was simply advice on to be cautious, recommendations on caution. He didn't give you any specific indications. He didn't say to you that if the person fainted you had to call in a doctor or something like that. He simply told you to be careful. Is that so? To be cautious.
Response: in the instruction, we were asked to be cautious, but still people could not hold their emotion. I mean, while torturing the detainee, some needed medics for the assistance when the detainees fell severely beaten.
Judge Lavian, so are these things that you witnessed yourself, that you personally saw? did you participate or did you witness any interrogations where the use of violence was, where they had used violence? Were you there personally?
Response. I could see them. I did not take part in torture, but I could see that other people carried out tortures until the detainees were unconscious.
Judge Lavergne, so it's, I believe that in your testimonies, because there are several, you have said that among the forms of tortures that could be used, there was electricity in order to inflict electric shocks. You could whip them, you could beat them, you could also use bags to suffocate them, and you also said that certain prisoners were sometimes obliged to eat their own excrement. Is that so? Or is that something that Duke taught to you? Or is that something that you witnessed in person?
Response. In theory, during the study session, Deutsch taught us to use light approach to humiliate enemies, to make sure that the enemies were humiliated by our treatment, for example, by way of obliging them to eat their excrement, but I never carried out such approach.
Judge Lavergne, but you also said that you heard Duke during the training sessions say that in order to humiliate a prisoner, it was possible to have him eat his own excrement. Is that what you are telling us?
Response. On this particular point, he told the interrogators to apply it, and he even instructed us to draw a picture of a dog for them to pay homage to.
Judge Lavergne, did you see Duke come participate in certain interrogations? I'm not speaking about the interrogation of the woman, which we spoke about earlier on, but in other circumstances, did you see Duke come to certain places where prisoners were being interrogated?
Response, no, he did not.
Judge Lavergne, when you were interrogating, did you see Duke?
Response. When I was interrogating a prisoner, Dutch was at a far location from me. The distance between Dutch and I was about 1 kilometer.
Judge Laven, so you explained to us that there were 3 groups of interrogators. The hot group, the cool group, and the chewing group. So I would like you to tell me clearly what was the difference between each one of these 3 groups.
បាទមានក្រុមក្តៅក្រុមត្រជាក់និងក្រុមគៀមគឺកាលពីដើមឡើយរចនាសម្ព័ន្ធនឹងមានរៀបចំអញ្ចឹងមែនគឺក្រុមក្តៅគឺសម្រាប់
There were 3 groups, hot, cold, and chewing. The hot group would apply to the hot method, and the cool group would use politics. And for the chewing group, they had to repeat the same questions on several occasions. However, later on, many members of the chewing group and of the other groups were arrested. So there was no longer the distinction between the 3 groups.
Donc, ce qui veut dire...
Question. If I understand you correctly, perhaps I am wrong, this means that interrogators who were part of the chewing group and the interrogators of the hot group could use violence during interrogations. Would that be correct?
Response: that is correct.
Alors, je vais donner lecture d'un certain nombre.
Question. Now I am going to read out some excerpts from your previous interviews, and you may make comments if you so wish. First of all, there is a record of an interview which was conducted by the Office of the Co-Prosecutors. This was in October 2006. It is document number D27/7, and the ERN for the French is 00147732 to 00147732. I'm referring to page 2 of the document, and it says this. The prisoner was sitting on a chair with his ankles bound because they were afraid that the prisoners would flee or rebel. These methods had been taught to us during the interrogation training. I tortured prisoners by hitting them, by applying electroshock to them, and hitting them with branches, hitting them on their back and on their branches, and on their legs, interpreter correct. The torture consisted of hitting them, suffocating them with plastic bags, and using traps for game. In some cases, the prisoners had their nails torn out and were forced to eat excrement. A little further on, and I'm referring to D27/3. You say this: while I was interrogating a prisoner, nobody else could interrogate him. Regarding the confessions of Rossam, alias Piep, I indicated that I tortured this prisoner until he confessed. I acknowledge that I am the author of the document and the note. When you participated in the reenactment or the reconstruction in English, says Judge Lavergne, There was a report prepared by the co-investigating judges, and it is registered as D48/2. With other people, you were shown a number of instruments which might be instruments of torture. I am going to read out the paragraph which is at ERN 00181353. And it says, the charged person, that's not you, that's the accused, explains that the torture instruments were the province of the interrogators alone. Witness Prakkan recognized the instruments used in S21, while adding that he never used them personally. He indicates, quote, opened, the knife and the axe were only used to frighten people. Minimal torture could be practiced, but there was to be no harm caused. If you caused death, you were responsible for it. End of quote. And you add, open quote, for instruments of execution, I was not in the know because I only worked as an interrogator. End of quote. Do you wish to make any comments with regard to what I have just read out? Or do you wish to exercise your right to remain silent?
Response. Regarding this point, as described by Your Honor, I do not want to add anything else to it.
C'est-à-dire,
Question.
vous
So, what you're saying is, these statements are somewhat contradictory. Do you not wish to make comments on them? Or do you consider that they reflect the truth? If so, what truth is it that they reflect?
Est-ce que vous souhaitez les commenter ou pas du tout?
Judge Laverne, do you wish to make a comment on this or not at all?
Response. Regarding the document raised by Your Honor, it reflects the truth.
Bien.
Judge Laverne, very well. During the reconstruction, you were also asked to comment on a table which is present in the Tuol Sleng Museum. We have a photograph of this table in the case record. It is in D48/2 Annex 1, and the ERN is 00181448 for the Khmer, 00198081 for the English. I think it would be worth our while to have this document put up on the screen, if it is possible.
Voilà, je ne sais pas si c'est possible d'agrandir un petit peu, je crois que
Judge Laverne, I don't know whether it's possible to increase the size of the photograph. You can see that it is S21 Internal Rules, that's the title. Could you increase the size of the image? Right. So, do you recognize this table?
Response, yes, I can recall it. This is the rules, the Santebao rules.
Alors, est-ce qu'il serait
Judge
possible
Laverne, Mr. President, could one of the court officers be asked to read out these various rules? I am yet to find the French version of this document in the case record.
The President, the graphier, Sakawati, could you read the phrase displayed on the screen? The Santebao rules. 1. Answer to what is asked. Don't stray away. True. Don't use this trick or that trick as you prefer or to protest. 3. Don't pretend to be fooled because you are someone who dares to thwart the revolution. 4. You must immediately answer my questions without wasting time to reflect. 5. Do not tell me either about your immoralities or the revolution. 6. While getting lashes or electric shocks, you must not cry out at all. 7. Do nothing. Sit still and wait for my orders. If there are no orders, keep quiet. When I ask you to do something, you must do it right away without protesting. 8. Do not make pretext about Cambodia Kraum so as to hide your true existence as a traitor. 9. If you do not follow all the above rules, you shall get many lashes or electric shocks. 10. If you disobey any point of my regulations, you shall get either 10 lashes or 5 electric shocks.
Donc,
Judge Laverne, during the reconstruction, the co-investigating judges said this is paragraph 11.1. Witness Prak Khan indicates that these rules for interrogation were posted up in all the rooms, either on the wall or on a blackboard. Do you confirm that it is these rules or similar rules? Is it exactly the same rules or are they different rules, and were they posted up in all the rooms?
Response. These rules are to the morale the prisoners, so they had to be displayed in all rooms.
voilà.
Judge Laverne, you added this. These rules were taught during the training provided by Doig in a house near his home. At the time of the interrogation, the prisoner was shown these rules and asked to comply with them, and the rules were applied. I'd like to add that during the reconstruction still, the accused himself challenged this statement, but I think that he will be afforded the opportunity to provide further explanation on this later. So I shall read paragraph 11.2. The charged person challenges this statement and states that if these rules were taught in S21, the contents would appear in the handwritten notes of Mam Nai Tui and Pon, which is not the case. And he said that these rules did not apply in the or occur in the torture manual in English. I imagine other questions were put subsequently. Doig recalls that the contents of the training he provided came from the handwritten instructions he had received from Son Sen. He prepared a typed copy, of which he gave a copy to the interrogators. According to Doig, the rules in question do not appear in this document, and Prakkan maintains his statement and says that he does not have written proof of the existence of these rules, but that he memorized them. Judge Laverne continues. You stated that you conducted interrogations whilst you were completely alone. But you also stated that when there were written confessions, some of the writing on the confessions was yours, but there was also somebody else's writing. So, in your view, who else could have written?
Est-ce que vous tout seul pour mener les interrogatoires ou est-ce qu'il y avait d'autres personnes?
Were you completely alone to conduct the interrogations, or was there someone with you?
Response. The confessions by the prisoners were written by them if they knew how to write, and they would be sent to Chan or Dutch for their examinations. So some confessions or documents contained some of my handwritings or the writings of other people, and some were typed. So if I was assigned to interrogate a prisoner, then it was only I who had the complete knowledge of the confession of that prisoner. And the document will be sent to the upper level for their annotations. The President, the AV unit, return the screen to the normal courtroom screen.
Judge Laverne, I have just heard you say that you were the only person who knew the contents of the entire confession. But was it possible that there was someone with you to assist you to type, perhaps, or to help you?
Response. For the documents coming from me, it was only Dutch who knew the progress. However, the documents might be typed later on, or it might be rewritten by the staff at Dutch or Chan's office, because they would make some amendments to the confessions in certain cases.
Judge Laverne, I shall come back a little regarding the training you received with Dyke. On what basis was it provided? Was it regularly? Was it monthly? Was it weekly?
Response. The training could be a monthly training, and usually it was a monthly training, not a weekly training.
Aujourd'hui,
Judge Laverne, today you have had the opportunity to see the accused in the courtroom. Did you recognize him? Could the accused please stand up?
je n'ai pas eu.
Judge Laverne, I did not get the translation. I don't know what was said. What did you say, sir?
Response. Yes, I recognized him.
Yeah. Vous avez également...
Judge Laverne, during your interviews, you mentioned the interrogation of women. First of all, I'd like to know, were you aware of any incidents? In particular, were you aware of instances of rape perpetrated on women?
Response. Regarding this matter, yes, I knew it, but it was done by somebody else.
Et vous étiez...
Judge Laverne, and what were you aware of exactly?
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
Judge Laverne, what happened?
Response. Regarding that matter, the incident took place at the back of the house where I stayed. Tuj, who was a close associate of Chand, who stayed at a house near the Zurich Canal, and the house was opposite mine. What happened was Tuj interrogated a female prisoner behind my house, and Tuj raped that female prisoner in the room, and it was seen by someone, and he was reported to Chan, and Chan arrested him and chained him in the house. But then Tuj jumped from that house onto the light wire and fell onto the banana trees and on the ground. And later on, he was chained again. And subsequently, he was transferred to the prison.
Judge Laverne, was this female prisoner raped with a stick?
Response. I did not witness the incident personally. I only learned that that female prisoner was raped.
Donc, vous ne...
Judge Laverne, so you are not aware of the exact circumstances under which the rape occurred, or perhaps you have more information about this.
Response. Besides that, I did not know anything else.
Alors, vous avez...
Judge Laverne, you also explained that there were female interrogators who were responsible for interrogating women detainees. You added that at one point these female interrogators were arrested themselves, and so there were no further female interrogators. Is this what you said? Did I understand you correctly?
Response. That is correct.
Est-ce que...
Judge Laverne, were you yourselves in a position to interrogate female detainees?
Response. I did interrogate a female prisoner on one occasion.
Judge Laverne, when was this? Was it when you began to work as an interrogator or at the end of your time as an interrogator? Was it when the female interrogators were still there or when they were no longer there? Or was this before the female interrogators came?
Response. When I interrogated that female prisoner, it was toward the end of the period. I mean, when there was no longer a female interrogator, so the burden was on the male interrogator team.
Judge Laverne, did you interrogate him alone or her alone?
Response. I was alone, but the interrogation was conducted differently because all doors and windows were supposed to be wide open so that anyone who could walk by could see that no immoral or no moral misconduct would ever happen during the session.
Judge Laverne, this was in which building?
Response. It was at an apartment to the east of that complex.
Judge Laverne, and you also spoke during your testimonies about children who had been killed by being thrown from the last floor of the buildings. And I would like you to remind me if you were indeed, if you indeed witnessed such events directly, and if these events happened only once, or if this regards several children, because today you spoke about one case, and in another statement you speak about another case, and in other statements you speak about children in the plural, and you say that you saw children being thrown from very high up. This is at index D7/4. So, does this regard one child or several children?
បាទចំណុចនេះខ្ញុំចង់និយាយតែ
Responders.
រឿងដែលខ្ញុំឃើញផ្ទាល់ហើយបានយកទៅកប់
I am only talking about the incident I witnessed
បាននិយាយ
and the baby, the dead body of the child I buried with my own hands. Normally, children would be smashed, taken away to be smashed. No children ever left in the compound since I started working as the guard there.
Judge Lavan, I do not remember whether this was this morning or in one of your statements, but you said that this was, according to you, the child of a Vietnamese female prisoner. Is that so, or do you remember anything about this? If the mother was Vietnamese or not?
Responders. That detainee was a Vietnamese female detainee, and the child was dropped from the last floor of the building, and she was ordinary detainee.
Judge Lavan, in order to backtrack a little bit in relation to what you said to us regarding Duke's presence during the interrogations, I would like to remind you that in your interview, which is indexed at D49 or D19/7, on page ERN 00164623, and you are being asked questions regarding the interrogation places, and you are asked the following: did Duke also come into these interrogation places during the interrogations? And back then you answered, yes, sometimes Duke would come into the room during the interrogation. For example, when I was interrogating someone, Duke came to interrogate with us. And new question, did you see him interrogate the prisoner on himself while you were interrogating him, or did he do the interrogation with other interrogators? And you answered this was not regular. Sometimes when I was interrogating somebody, he would come in and would interrogate for a half an hour, and then he left. Most often he came with teeth. So what I just read out to you, does this remind you of anything? Or do you stand by the assertion that you did not see Duke come in while you were interrogating?
Responders. It is true that sometimes he came with into the interrogation session, and he would ask a few questions then left.
Judge Laverne, do you remember Him Hui? What was his position? What were his functions?
Response. I remember him Hui, who was the chief of my group, and later on he was promoted to be the chief of unit of 50 or 100. I'm not quite sure because he was departed from us.
Judge Lavergne, as far as you remember, was Him Hui at S21 until the last day of S21?
Response. I don't really recollect it because Him Hui and I were segregated.
Judge Lavergne, thank you very much for this testimony. I no longer have any further questions to put.
The President. Next, it comes to the floor for the co-prosecutors to put questions to the witness. However, since we are running out of time for today's session, we perhaps cannot proceed further until tomorrow. And we have heard that the prosecutors would need to make any comments regarding the testimony of this witness, or would you want to make any observation before you can put the questions to the witness?
No, Your Honor, we have no observations to make.
The President, it is now 10 past, and normally the session would be lasting until 4:15, but I think 5 minutes doesn't make any big difference, so we would like to adjourn the session now and resume the session tomorrow by 9 a.m. Mr. Prakhon, we would like to thank you very much for your best efforts to participate in this session, and since the chamber has not yet completed its questionings, we would like you to come back to give testimony and respond to questions by the party. So please come tomorrow by 9 a.m. The court officer is now directed to coordinate with Mr. Prakhon and the Westsu so that he can be returned to his place, and that make sure that he is returned to the courtroom by 9 a.m. The security personnel are instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 9 a.m. The court is adjourned.